of spiders, I think I saw a spider the other day. I can't remember how long ago it was, but I kind of ignored it. It was like right next to the door in the kitchen. I was like, you know what, Mr. Spider? I'll let you do your own thing. You want to go back outside? Pretty sure you know where you came from. You want to stick around the house? Go ahead. Because I know once I go back upstairs to my room, when my door's closed, there's no way the spider would come to my room. So, it's everyone else's problem then. Outside my room. So I'm good. Don't have to worry about Mr. Spider. Speaking of spiders though, let's see. There's this thing I remember reading about in a book when I was younger. Oh, it's fake. It's fake. Maybe. The belief that we swallow an average of 8 spiders in our sleep every year has become so ingrained in popular culture that many people now accept it as a fact. The reality, however, is quite different. We swallow no spiders at all. There's several reasons why spiders don't bother us in our sleep, so you have nothing to worry about, chat. You'll be fine. It's fake. You know, I didn't mind it because I was like, I mean, what can I do about it? You know? I'm pretty sure the people. Yeah, we're fine. Likely 0. You'll be fine. Don't have to worry about the bed bugs when you're sleeping. My body. Alright. Okay. There's a spider emote too. Creepy crawly. I actually feel way too tired to actually play Valorant, so I'll skip that. As much as I want to play, I am pretty tired still. But yeah, I started up stream again, not sure what I'm gonna be getting into. Putting on some lip balm. Yeah, I tend to put lip balm on after I finish brushing my teeth. I feel like it really helps. I like afterwards. Yeah, because you have to brush your lips a bit too. Like after you brush your teeth, it's a bit soft already, so just put the lip balm in before it gets all dry again. Help take spiders outside. I'd have them some things they eat. Makes sense, yeah. That's what I think Dad said. Okay, let's see. Ayo Minori, thank you for the 11-month resub. Oh, we just did a bit of crab games yesterday. That was pretty fun. Zombies. I've been to a few apocalypses myself with GTA. Wonder if there's any new games out there I can try out too. My Oh, okay. OC, thank you for the 4-month resub as well. Thank you. I was thinking I could get into some GTA. It's pretty early. There is Cop or there is 4T. I'll let you guys help me decide. We'll do a poll in a bit. You know what I was thinking of? Sorry. Excuse me. We could we could continue the Stanley Parable. I know we didn't finish that yet. I feel like there's still so much more of that game that we haven't seen. So I don't know if you guys wanna check that out again before we get into some GTA as well. Co-Strip, thank you for the 3-month resub. Yeah. See Kyle playing it? No. I haven't. I think I saw him like playing it, but like I didn't watch him play it. When I was a kid, at a like bathtub in Macau, saw how they would do their baths. They would put like these petals in it, so I would go find like flowers and like the petals in the bathtub. Yeah, I feel like I barely played any of it, so. Plus, I kind of want him to lead the way, 'cause I'm pretty tired. I'd rather, yeah. He takes control for me, so this time I'm not gonna do things my way. Let's follow what he wants to do. All right. Actually, before that, go watch some clips. Some clips here in the Discord. I'll check out. But yeah, if there's any clips you guys want to watch too, feel free to link them and you can check them out. Chat, remember our R.U.S.T days? R.U.S.T was fun. It was like my first time. I died to Bear, I think it was. Then we met lots of people along the way, and that was a bunch of fun too. Surviving, trying to build a house. But I think they already built one, so we just kind of like crashed at their place. Oh, oh, the Moose brother. You got Karambit back from Hale.
Hale, I'm about to shoot you for that.
Wait, what?
How did I think we told Moose about it? Karambit, I think.
That's Clear's, isn't it?
No. Yes. She gave it to me for now. Cause she. Okay. Okay. There's more story to it. I'll tell you afterwards. Okay.
Hale?
I'll tell you. No, no. You
I need to hold on to that karambit.
Hold on. No, come here. Come here.
Don't you run
Come
from me,
here.
son of a bitch. I'm going for
Come here.
cuffs.
I'll explain.
I'm going for cuffs.
It'll make me weak. It'll make me weak. You have to understand. Come here. Come here.
Ty, go into the cell.
Come here.
He's
Unlocked.
trying so hard to
Hale,
explain.
I'm about just the one.
Oh no, where's
This
mine?
is
No,
Saren.
no, give me crystals.
Hell
Give me
no.
fucking
Hey,
crystals.
Saren, I need you down at
Give me crystals.
Davis PD. I have a cell rep of someone.
We played some crab games last night too. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could wake myself up in a bit and then I could. A chat box. Also, I needed to write.
To where?
I don't know. What's
Touch
this do?
nothing. Don't touch, don't touch, don't touch. 40. Do not touch. This is where we make the ingredient for the cupcake. Please do not touch.
It's so funny when people crouch. I didn't expect that. I don't think Yo-Yo's here, but be careful, chat. Gotta have your guard up against him. Yeah, I saw Fivo and what? Yeah, was it yesterday? During the meeting? Day before?
This is my last damn day. I am not having
Last
this
day to fucking live too, motherfucker.
Sorry, I couldn't talk on radio because I'm going in for
No, you're good, you're good.
Claire?
See, you know, that was cooler in my head, and then I got fucking killed.
I feel that.
I hate GTA
what
mechanics.
happened?
I just don't like the city. Just dip before cops show up.
No. We go back to Casa?
This is my last damn day.
Yeah,
I
it
am
was
not
this-
having
Last
this
day to.
All right, cool.
Tony!
Oh
Tony Andrews!
Ladies and gentlemen, Trooper Andrews is not dead. He's here.
I love the first thing he does
hello,
is
sir.
look at us.
Hey, Bailey, way to go.
Oh, this is actually. It tells us all for a mustache. Actually, this is Sheriff Pratt's mustache this time, sir.
What'd I do?
Sheriff
Not a
Pratt.
stupid mustache, Clear. Don't let him say that to you.
All right, I think it's
Christ,
about
wipe
that
that shit
time.
off
Hey,
your
Eddie,
face, Clear.
Yes, sir.
please.
Wait, it's not. I'm just checking out clips from the
was I
Discord.
drinking heavily?
I was doing a Dota run with my friend, and you arrested her for, well, you put her in cuffs for being on the road late at night, basically.
Telling lies right now.
No,
Don't
no,
lie, she
no.
lied.
Oh, she's
No,
a
no,
ride
never,
along. It's
never,
okay. It's all right. It's
never.
okay. She's a ride along. She's a ride along.
Yeah.
Clear about
Right,
energy.
yeah, I'm not the one.
I think she could make a good
suspicious of
cop.
right now.
Could you
Yeah,
make a
'cause
good
of
cop?
my excellent sense of direction
Yeah.
and
excellent.
my no nonsense attitude.
Right. Yeah, also, she reminds me of Clear, but with energy.
Is she?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Is that
Yeah.
good?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
real
it's
good.
good?
Yeah, that's good.
I do bring a lot of energy.
Damn, she's better than me, chat. That's what Clear needs, and I don't have energy. Damn. She sounds so familiar, though. Do I know her?
Slowing left, U-turn.
I started blinking like crazy. I don't know what happened there.
Back westbound.
Keep going.
Oh!
Westbound Del Perro. Slowing left, U-turn.
I started blinking like crazy. I don't know what happened there.
Back
Wait.
westbound.
Keep going.
Was that Cornwood Sue? Ah. Whoa. Hell yeah. Damn, I missed out. I mean, like,
Neither of you are here for me. Shut. You guys don't understand me.
the car is just
Oh.
a physical thing. It will be gone eventually.
This car
but,
is
you know,
not a
things like
physical
your
thing. It is
wife and me
irreplaceable.
will be here forever.
Oh my god. How does that even happen? How does that even hapen? A car doesn't do that. A car literally doesn't do that.
Just like
What
a
even
car,
happened?
your
Thing. It is
wife and me will
irreplaceable.
be here forever.
Oh, it was the
Oh my-
train tracks.
Going for cuffs. Going for cuffs.
Greenland would have fled from Strawberry gas station last two and back. You got him. You got him.
195.
Good job, good job.
You're coming with me.
Hunter, you've been a bad boy.
You just go back to pillbox.
That's a bad dog right there.
That's one bad fucking dog.
You got anything on you I need to know
That
about?
poor dog. Is
We're in charge of this dog
Hunter.
with resisting arrest.
If you play with us, we'll play with you, boy. All right?
Yeah, where'd you come from, Hunter? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my
What
god!
the- This dog is going to prison.
Oh my god! He's a
Thing is-
bad boy!
How
This
bad
thing
could
is
it
rabid.
be?
We gotta put it down.
Jesus fucking
no.
Christ! Oh my god!
wait, the dog can't even speak for itself, bro. The dog can't tell you where it got that. Poor dog. What if it was just planted on him? Oh, another one.
Why
How
am
you
I
got the
doing?
paper?
All right, listen, you got the meals or what? What's going on? Things, 3 cock and boxes. All right, here you go. Here you is. Double D, there you go. No worries. And then right here for you. There you go. No worries. 2 cock in the boxes. One there. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go eat my food and have a great time. All right, I really appreciate the meals, the service, the quality. Yeah, glory to the cock. I have a question. Do you guys serve offices? Do you guys serve cops?
Not all.
Well, you just did. Go.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that thing where Crystal buys ramen only for food.
Dip.
Why
How
am
they
I
got the paper?
All right.
Nice. Nice. Secret Squirrel, thank you for the 12-month resub. Thanks. Alright. I need to get some water. In a bit. Yeah, I've just been thinking of what to do today. I am actually pretty tired. Don't mind doing comp work though, I think. Yeah, maybe I'll just do some Stanley Parable. Can chill with that. Yeah, I'm taking deep breaths. Yep. I haven't finished it yet. Okay, time is 11 for me. Like 11 p. Oh. Can I? Okay, so I have to go over. So, 11 a.m. 11:02. I'll just wait for the next minute. And yeah. Wait for it. Yeah, I'll go change the title real quick too. I don't know what's a good title. I suck with titles and stuff. Time must be important for some reason. Not sure though. I confirm. Hang on. Oh yeah, the last time we played this game, I think it told us to close the game. Was that when I closed the game? I think so. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted the game. Yeah. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. Is that true? I take it seriously, bro. You're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Oh, since you've been so cooperative, next time boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Oh. Guess we'll just begin again. I wonder where we're going to start off from where we left off.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright. Since I'm just chilling today, you know what? I'm gonna go follow what you want me to do. Narrator, sir. Also, I heard it's gonna start being pretty hot.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting room. Just keep following the open doors. I like the paths laid out.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
On the left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Way up.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
Yeah,
but of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Oh. Okay. I don't know it, right?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I can't know it.
2845.
This is impatient,
by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Yeah. Sorry, I smelled something really good. Oh, it was my tea. I had tea earlier, and right before stream. It was cinnamon. Which one was it? Let me see what I had. It says sweet and fairly traded exotic chai laced with vanilla. Another 5 herbs, but it's got like cinnamon, so it had like the spice to it that made your tongue kind of not burn but warm.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his
We've been here
chest,
before.
as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
He says we think this, but do we really? Or is he just saying that's how we do think?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the
Saying
large
that's how we
door
actually
that read
think, that's
Mind
not.
Control Facility.
I mean, you just said that we were thinking. Escape. I don't think I've seen this escape thing before, right? Escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Let's go back. Don't want to die yet.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible
Any
secret
numbers?
did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yes.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Ooh.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
That was my first time playing it, but so I'd
But here was the proof.
check
the
it
heart
out
of the
too.
operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay. Yeah, chat's been telling me like there's a lot of good things about it. Okay, that's not doing anything. Looks like we'll have to go back to this this part again. Oh, is it which sound? The game sound? I can increase that. Okay, we can't touch that red button. Oh, what if I hit all of the buttons? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try that. One, two. What was 3? And 4 would be at probably over there. Can't see. It's hard to see from here. I don't think we can get through this part. Part two. 5's here. Yeah, 4 is up there. I don't know how I'm gonna get up there. Close gates. Maybe I have to turn on the power first. Oh, it's gonna close behind us though. Oh, it didn't.
And when at last he found the source of... Oh, Stanley.
Oh.
You didn't just activate the controls, did you?
Oh.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Huh?
Oh, Stanley, I applaud
I
your
just
effort,
wanted
really
to...
do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave.
I just wanted...
If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
I
I'm
want to
afraid you
open the
don't
gate.
have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation.
I guess I should have waited.
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a
I
shame
can do
we
the
have
thing.
so little time left to
I can do the
enjoy
thing,
it.
chat.
Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going.
Let's say we should hit number
What
2.
all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
I think he's trying to tell me to hit number
A moment
2.
of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
I think I'm supposed to hit 2.
Of
I'm
course,
supposed to hit
that
2.
was merely in this instance
Me
of
too,
the
me too,
story.
me too.
Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
Hey, what was I supposed to do, chat?
Sense of everything,
Maybe I should just went. I think I'll just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again.
Hate to see it go.
1.
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go around will be even better. My
Here's something?
goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me.
I'm
What's
dead.
The matter, Stanley?
I'm
Is it
dead.
that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was
plenty of time.
turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
The timer's fine.
These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
He's crazy.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big...
please. What did I do wrong?
Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment you're fading until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Stanley, I'm sorry. Damn. Was there anything I could have done there? That I could have done to save his life? He didn't say anything now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, did I not do an order? I thought I did. New content? Hell yeah.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
New content, chat. This game has more variety than I do.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
That's us.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
It's what they have amusement parks, don't they?
Please step inside and see what
The riot
new
scene.
adventures await in the Stanley Parable
stuff like this.
Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Oh, I suppose it.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Okay. Alright, not gonna lie. Is it just me or is this making you tired? Because it's actually making me tired. Oh, jumping so many times. Jumping takes a lot out of you.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
I can't jump anymore. Lost my jumps. I forgot you can't jump in this game. That's the only time you can jump, I guess.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding
They
me.
said
You
something.
see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's
there any
achievements,
games
and it's
like
hard
that?
to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find
games
these
come to
people on
mind?
Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Ever done that?
It's my fault, Stanley.
Secret
I
anger
built
out on
up too
Twitter?
much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Okay, wait. This is different. One monitor. I guess we always had one monitor. Yeah, that's what the place is supposed to look like.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Should we vent chat? We venting? Oh, shit. After what has happened, I don't feel like we can trust him. However, he seems to have a lot of control, too. Kind of curious, though. I want to see. I kind of want to see what's in the vent. Looks like I see a gate. You won't know till we try. Venting. Coffee nut.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh. Whoa.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
It's so pretty.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013?
I remember back in your day.
Launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
What changed? Unachievable. Warrants. New video game releasing today.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
That's not opening. Give me this. Memory zone maintenance is locked. You go through here though. Huh.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Yeah, but sometimes looking back on stuff made serious room. You're able to find out what you could add to make it better and what could change.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, the reviews. The bad reviews.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny!
Look,
I'm
Olivia.
trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Well, I guess we know what we should change now. Have a better narrator. I'm kidding. You're good. I mean,
okay,
joke.
let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did.
As we
But
put a lot
maybe
of thought
it wasn't.
onto it.
Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Oh.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remember.
Hey, remember all those good reviews though? Achievements and awards you've got. You're fine.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button?
A skipper
well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley.
A bit shaky
yes,
there.
A skip button we shall have.
Okay.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound...
I'm sorry.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof,
okay.
It's all over.
I
I
like
can't wait to see
listening to
what
speak.
Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether
That's
they'll
not my
edit
time.
the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate,
If I was ever looking to complete the game, I'd probably wait that long.
I
But
think the skip button
I'm no
has
rush.
been
I mean,
aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just...
I'm just going through the
Wait,
game.
how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to
Maybe
move
around.
on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I'm doing alright. Just a little tired. Sambo. Barely did anything though. So. Remember when I was a kid, you had like, you know those mango seeds? I'm not sure what they're called, but I used to plant them. I forgot for what subject. It was probably for a little science thingamajig. Then we could bring it home. I planted it in a plastic cup, small plastic cup. And it grew. However, as it was growing, it kind of bent. And I thought I would never be able to go, grow up straight again. Because of the way it's bent, it just looked like, not really a T. It's like 90 degrees, and all I did was, I put a pencil like next to the plant, and I tied it to make it, make the stem up straight. Then actually, I was surprised. I didn't think it would happen, but it started growing up straight. I think it like healed from where it bent, because the support of the pencil was able to grow up. I found that really cool. That's probably why I still remember it. It's kind of nice taking care of plants. I probably won't do that now. There's also this other thing we did with the mango seeds. We had to like grow seeds in different environments. So one would be like in the sun, one would be like oh damn, what did I do? I think yeah, we put in like a Ziploc bag. Did we put tissue? Yeah, I can't remember what happened. But then I had to put one like underneath the bed because it had to be like no sunlight and stuff. And I completely forgot I left under there. Was it mango seeds or was it a slice of bread or both? I can't remember, but it did get moldy. That Ziploc bag. Completely forgot about it. Manga? No. Mongo? M-O-N-G-O. Never had that. It's like little green tiny seeds. Manga. Check it. These ones. White bean sprouts. You sprout in the classroom or home. Long beans, I see. They were fun. Fun to grow. I'm in no rush. But yeah, I'm so tired. I was wondering why I was so tired before I went to bed. I could not move. I realized what was. Hey, how long did you lay on the floor with a ghost? I don't know. How long? Maybe an hour, a few hours, maybe. Just chilling. Yeah, I wanted to play Stardew more. But yeah, maybe next time. Maybe if we really have to press the skip button. I mean, I would wait for him. Sound narrator. I don't know what the narrator's name is. I mean, he can't be the only one trying to help me. Let's see if I can do something myself. Did the time move? I think the time moved since we last looked at it. Alright. So let me think. What was I gonna do today? Still not sure. I was gonna do some GTA. Probably 4C. Maybe. Actually, not gonna lie. I don't think stream started up earlier, but I did start stream, but I ended it. Then I started stream up again, and we're here. Probably ended it too quickly for it to be a mod. Oh, so I could press skip button and he still may not even be here, huh? What type of ice cream, though? Yeah, I really feel like having that green tea ice cream I had before. That's outside, though. Alright. I'm gonna press the button.
Stanley!
Oh.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
Just tell me not to.
I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you?
I mean,
I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone. And I have the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now.
Just keep thinking out loud.
Just your decision,
Sounds like he actually wants me to
when you're
press
going to
it.
make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again.
It really sounds
leaving
like he wants
here.
me to.
And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful
I
anxiety.
really don't mind
that
just
you
not
sit with me and just
pressing it.
stay here. Oh, no, no, no. I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of
probably,
those
yeah,
reviews.
since you're saying the
Those
same things
reviews that I couldn't
again.
get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine.
Button, bro.
I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am.
Too obvious,
fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken. If only...
I'm sorry.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back.
Oh, the
goodness.
plants.
I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
Miss me?
I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it.
It's not Stanley. Naruto, dude. You think Naruto is Stanley?
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Family. Narrator. 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 Hello.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad.
Right.
They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all
narrator. Back. Okay. I got this lemon honey mint candy. Hard candy. It's nice. You ever like this mint and you breathe in and out and just feels pretty refreshing. Yeah, sounds like got a lot of things going on. Yeah, I can chill here. Just chilling. One step at a time, bro. Got this. I don't think he's coming back. May have to press skip again. Alright, let's go for it.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
The end is never the end.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never.
It's starting to leak. It's raining, bro. It's raining. Morning, Pogs. Oh. Guess I got so much. Sounds nice though. Hello? Stanley, the narrator. I climb up. Oh. Ah, my eyes. Why is it so bright? So pretty. Oh, never mind. What happened? Is it nighttime? Did it get blocked? I doubt those are voices. Maybe it's just the air vent. Not sure what that sound is. Okay, those gotta be voices. Those sounds like screams. What's it trying to say? What's it trying to tell us? Hello? Does it sound like good screams if so? Whoa. Why do I feel slanted? Whoa. Did I hurt myself or something? I feel like I'm not looking straight. How far do we get? Okay. Okay, I'll just keep going straight. Wait, oh, that's where we came from. Let's go towards the sun. Even though I don't like the sun. Oh. Huh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Something we've never seen before.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. Yeah, I played it probably like for an hour and a half or two the other day.
Yes,
last Monday?
See, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel.
The end
An
is never the
entirely
end.
new experience,
Again.
built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could
Or
go in so many
7.
different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
2, 3, but do 12, 2 do trade. Okay.
Calling it the
Looks
Stanley
very
Parable 2 is
fancy.
just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
So you got Scrum, design pitch, break, pitch design, chat to, number 2, chat. End is never the end again. This way to the show floor. Ooh, red carpet. And a bus? It's so cool because when you play this game, you don't expect to see all this. You just expect to stay in the same old office, but
here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. You hear your name. Really?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Wait,
so with that
I want to hear my name.
My first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
That's all me, chat.
Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really
Okay, I guess I'll be Jim for now. Okay.
Just play along.
All right.
I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Forget who
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I am Jim.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I hope this narrator is alright. I swear your real name's You know what? I'm glad my name's not Jim. Makes me feel a bit better now.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Jump circle, infinite hole. Infinite hole, collectibles, epilogue, office decorations, Stanley Parable reassurance bucket, settings world champion, merch, the button that says the name of the players playing the game, free achievement, this map, jump circle. I want to do a jump circle. Free achievements. Whoa.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
That's us. Stanley.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Achievement. Gears right here. Pull the lever, receive a new achievement.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
We haven't done the infinite hole. I'm gonna go to it. Hey, no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Blue.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Yeah.
Get Well Someday it is.
That's what I do.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
It's 6XP. Thank you for the 4-month resub. You actually held something.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay. And Savage Gold, thank you for the 11-month resub as well, bro.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I want to go to the infinite hole. I think it's just a straight down to the right here. Let's go. I kind of want to make somewhere tea, but I don't want to go down. Time, death. Okay, Okay. Hole into infinity. Infinite hole. Science. Hole. Death. Space. More hole. Science. Infinity. More. Falling. Just keeps going. Looks like skin. Let's go.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Going in the hole with our bucket. Hopefully we don't lose it. Favorite part? Yeah, that's what I was kind of saving for last because I felt like this part was going to be pretty fun. I'm the type of person who saves the best for last, but ends up not being able to finish it because think about food. It's like ending on like a good note, you know. Sometimes it's way too late before you can. They make it sound like I need it.
One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
This is fun.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I suppose an infinite hole. Make it see that.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Where'd I go?
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
Just the two of us.
Normal person
We can make.
wants to fall.
Sounds familiar. We can make it if we try. Just...
I figured the
It's a
hole was
song.
as deep
It's
as
a song.
anyone would actually
Just the
need.
two
Don't you
of us.
put this on me. Maybe
Building
you're the
castles
problem.
in the sky. The two of us.
Look, things got a
You
little
and I.
heated
Is
there.
that the
We
one?
both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I thought the crosshair was the is where we came from, but yeah, I guess we got no choice.
Great.
Back we go.
Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you.
Whoa.
The problem is that you like holes too much.
Whoa.
Not normal. A normal person would have
What
said,
do you
"That's an
What do you
infinite hole
mean?
right there, goes on forever till the end
I
of
like
time.
holes.
Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh,
I just wanted to try it out.
You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Okay.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh,
I
how could
can't
I have
help it.
guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, Let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here
how
to
deep
do,
it
and
is.
hit the
There'll
teleport
be a
button
hole, bro.
when you're ready to move on. Is the teleport button not working?
No.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Oh, you can't jump.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Whoa.
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
Fine.
It's a win for everyone.
Rather be with
you
it
get to
than
be
you.
with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
Go ahead.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
You say that, but you'll be coming back to me. You miss me. No, you want me. I can live without you. No one's gonna listen to you but me. What? Alright, so it's getting deeper. Oh, it's not bad. Yeah, music is good. It's kind of worth staying here. You're the one who's missing out, narrator. You're missing out. Change my perspective. Ooh, we unlocked F. Dun 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 dun. Hut. Dun 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 dun. I'm not pressing G, 'cause I'm pretty sure that's setting me back up. I remember what the teleport key was. Oh! I actually forgot where the F key was. Okay.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
No!
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the whole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle pip.
Okay, I'm just gonna close my eyes and wait for it to. That's some good music. Enjoy that. Aw.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
What if I go back to the hoe again? There's Chili Pepper. Of course. Of course he would stop us like that. Well, I feel like we've done... Oh, jump circle is what we did too.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
No more?
I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Knew I shouldn't have used up all the jumps. Mostly infinite hole. Oh, wait, that's not up. Oh, that is up. Oh, it's different. Never mind. That's new.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I think we've checked out all the places. Jump circle into hole, button says name. Okay. Exit is E. Yeah, we pretty much checked everything. Okay, E. We're on 5. How do you read this map? I'm thinking E, our exit is pretty much where we came from, which is over here. Probably not. Let's see where the X is closest to and go from there. Exit is closest to, wait, 5, that is us. A9 is collectibles, which is right, where's the collectibles? Right there. Oh, it would be right here. The merch I tried to. I couldn't really get close to it, I think. Where'd it go? Where? Be right inside here then. I'm not very good with directions. Oh, we can't really go through it. Yep, no luck. I saw the new content. QR code? Oh. Blind. Okay, now I see it. Welcome to the official website of Stanley Parable 2. A sequel, huh? Watch a helpful, informative video to learn more about the Stanley Parable and what the journey of becoming a sequel is all about. That's new. I can show you.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality.
He's
For
Gregory?
example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay, and so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheated hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together, in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Okay. Huh. That was cool. Nice. To the exit.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Maybe. Oh, this reminds me of something. It's a place I've been
So,
to.
Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of...
No,
okay,
that's
never
good.
mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Two
Who am I
holes.
kidding,
I like
Stanley?
it.
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating
Jump
gags,
circle
but they don't
there.
add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh. Oh. Wow. Begin the game. Yeah.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
The end is never.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple.
He sounds different.
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay. Desk looks the same.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Well,
what could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Ah! Choices!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Maybe people like playing a game they like trying out the games too.
Still no one was here.
What if he hit someone
Stanley
with a
needed the
bucket on
bucket's
their
warmth
head?
and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
I wonder what. I think I've seen it, but I wonder what happened.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I heard a lot more. I feel like it'll kind of ring out, right? It'll be different now this time with the bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours,
like
did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
We're too into it with our bucket right now.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. $2845.
Yeah, never know it.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Collectible.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So,
I'm a role player after all.
You to savor
Don't
each
use
and
matter.
every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everyone needs a bucket in life. Hope you guys find your bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
With my bucket.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
No. I can't do this to the bucket. It's too soon. Too soon. Take left and yeah.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Let me sit up. Alright.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Now it's our turn to comfort the bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
The bucket not want to be
with us. These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
I'm gonna start.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I trust you, bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
But if we turn it off, I think that's what the narrator wants us. That's why he's been talking like this. Talking this way, trying to get us to turn it off. What if that's really not how we're thinking? What we did or how we feel? If we turn it on, we may be betraying the bucket too. But mind control is idle. Okay, let's turn off the mind control. That sounds better too. Don't wanna betray the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
Excitedly, the two of them
See a
began to
bucket?
discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie,
Aw.
but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, or go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Are you there, bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
It's okay,
But
as long as
Stanley
I
had
have my
felt the
bucket.
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Sorry, and thank you for the 13-month resub.
No, never mind.
More than a year now,
The
huh?
bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket.
Yeah.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Wait, is it really the bucket speaking, or were you speaking just now, narrator? Mr. Narrator.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
I questioned
But Stanley
it.
chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was
Guess I'm
firmly
not
convinced
Stanley.
that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Talk room.
Now pick up the phone,
Oh.
said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
We can also not pick up the phone.
This
We could have
is the
unplugged
sad
it.
story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend.
Oh.
And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh. The bucket? Oh, a house. A room. Hey, Ethan. You played it. Got the worst ending right off the bat. Oh, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Oh. Oh. Plus F to take me to work with you. Okay. Oh.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship.
Yeah,
It doesn't
got
literally
that.
talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him.
Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
There's a nice little apartment.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Yes, it does. It's there for me.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press H to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine.
Now that I think about it, this narrator has been there for us too. Believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press X to go back home. Nick, got no choice.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press V to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
To go to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Bucket.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
It's
Give
my
it to
intro.
me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Okay. Bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey, where'd the bucket go?
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Now if we do it again.
No, said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yes.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Look at that ring out.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Oh no, bucket.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley.
It
a
wasn't.
talking bucket.
It's taken so far, bro.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay. Go back. Oh.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I've already been there. Okay.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint.
Everything that happened in the video, my mind went blank. I'm not gonna lie. Oh God, what was the video about?
Here we go. You ready?
Okay, fine. Great.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I remember seeing Daddy with funny, but that's it. Oh, do the same thing again.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think...
Oh, I'm done with the funny.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I go right?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
We already did this part, right?
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes, good,
said the bucket. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I'm all
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Won't fall off this time.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go good,
said the bucket.
Oh, no.
Now
I
ride
see
the
something.
lift all the way to the
I
top.
see something.
There's something up there I need you to
Door.
do.
There's a
Stanley did not
collectible.
question why or how this bucket was speaking.
There's a collectible right
It
there.
should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not. But Stanley
Sorry, I
feared
thought
that
I
any
could make
path
it
he
onto
walked
that
might lead to the
part.
separation
One
of
more
himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This,
Got him.
you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Where are we? I do. Cassette tape.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number.
Oh, it's new, different voice.
I don't even know. I've lost track.
Can I like?
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Oh, narrator song.
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Huh?
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Excuse me? Is there something else out there? Oh, thanks, Griff. Huh.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room, But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Yes, let's go
said the
somewhere
bucket.
else.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Watch
He
this
was
chat.
firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Danger everywhere. Yo, can you get some love for Griv? 5 gifties. Nice guy. Thank you. Alright. New area. Oh! No, this is new area.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You
Think?
see, there's a sign
No.
right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't
Morning,
a
Griffin.
bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Oh, bucket show?
Now then, I'm going
Oh,
to run
VU?
you through some test scenarios,
Oh, never
and
mind.
you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not
A bucket is
Okay, let's
just a
begin.
bucket, okay? Oh.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
I admit that that's a bucket. What I'm carrying is a bucket. I'll have to follow the signs that says I can't bring that bucket. I need to have a closer look. Can't. 1, 2, 3. As handle. The shape does have a hole. That was 3 minutes, but that's fine. Exactly, we can't check. So I'm not really sure. I have to bring out. Is a bucket. Bucket list? No. Bucket. Here we go. Cylindrical open container with a handle made of metal or plastic. It is metal. That does look like... Used to hold and carry liquids. But can it carry liquid? Why is your reasons for Saying no, chat. Why is this not a bucket? Oh, we hold liquids. Are we buckets? That is true. I hold water in my mouth sometimes. Maybe a bucket. Oh, I see. That's not a bucket. What we have in our hands is a bucket. There can only be one bucket. Everything else is fake. Everything else is false. Besides this bucket in our arms right now. I want you a bucket. I never like to take firm stance. Oh, same, Griffin, same. I hate being yeah. So say be a bucket, but you never be sure. Yeah. So I'm having chat choose for me because I don't want to be wrong either.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket,
Mm-hmm.
not an actual
See?
bucket.
Good job, chat.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
About this
Item
one.
3. Is this a bucket?
It's got a hole.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
That's not a bucket. Wait. Actually, next one.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look
Knew
like
it.
an idiot.
Yeah, it did look like. Yeah, it did kind of move and did have the hole.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh. Huh? Is there a bucket? Huh? Huh?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Both? Huh?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
I mean, a bucket is something that can hold water. We can, yeah? Everything is a bucket. But only our bucket, our hands is a bucket. Yeah, you're right.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
You're a bucket.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear?
Because everything is a bucket.
Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bucket.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt
Oh,
the bucket
no, what's a bucket?
telling him that the employee lounge
Bucket.
was simply the place to be.
Oh.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
else
lift,
can I
yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I haven't let the phone ring out. What happens?
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
All right. I shall unplug.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Oh?
What is comedic timing? What is
Are you ready to
comedic
get through this, huh?
timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions
Actually, I'll pay
is
attention to this one this time. I
yes.
got this.
Let's dive deeper.
Okay, I can pay attention.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Okay.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
All right.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail
Oh,
the
we're
delivery.
gated this
You'll
time.
be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Wait. Do this time.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately
tired.
after the 2 doors room.
I'm so
What
tired,
an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Huh? Yeah, I have to go back. Maybe I'll come back. Huh. I think I know what it is. I just need to eat. I just need food is really good energy for me. I just gotta eat something. Yeah, I think I'm kind of stuck here. I did mirror before. Oh, now I'm stuck in here. Oh, I messed with the door, huh? Happy. Makes sense when why I couldn't shoot yesterday. I really felt like I couldn't shoot, like in Valorant stuff. Stage start. Begin the game again. Oh. I see. How about this time? As much as I love the bucket,
all of his co-workers were gone.
Skip
What could it
bucket.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bye-bye, bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It's not as good.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired.
We're trying doing this without the bucket. See what's up.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley.
Bucket.
Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Huh?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Oh. This is my house.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 47. Press.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Ask G to go sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I'm not gonna press it. Then what do I do if I can't? If I don't? got no choice.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains
I
here,
want to get
he's
the game
electing
moving.
to kill himself?
That's all.
How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried. Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
What if we went this way without... Since we don't have the bucket, we can now
Look,
go
Stanley,
there.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
After.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I like blue though. Red seems like a scary color. Red means stop. Red means danger. Red means self-destruct. Red means bad.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and
no
running,
choice,
just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
Whoa.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
The blurry blue bubbles. Oh. Oh. Circles. Wow. This looks familiar. I can't don't know why. Whoa! Yeah, it's my favorite spot. Green? Ah, this is really pretty. That just keeps doing the same thing over and over. I don't think I can make it. Damn, why can't our sky be like this at night? Just a bunch of blurry blobs, colorful blobs just floating around in the sky. It's normal. It'd be cool. Oh my god, it's gray gray clouds just blocking all the stars. At least with these, you can see through it. This reminds me of candy. You know what? Nerds. Red, pink, orange nerds. Even sounds nice. You know, I don't even want to leave this part of the game. I want to stay right here. Alright, don't give up. I'm happy with where I'm at. I like this spot. Maybe I could just hop on GTA now. Do I want to? What do I want to do? Where'd it go? Is it blue next? Please tell me blue's next. Blue. Yeah, I don't know. I got it. Alright. I can't choose. Alright, so, Not 40, Crystal, Swan. Okay, I didn't expect. You don't. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna play her anyway. She's just there, you know. Yeah. I mean, what am I gonna do on her, bro? I'm just saying, it's not gonna be fun. I'm just gonna be walking around. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. Just saying. We just go walk around, and I guess that is something. Just speaking. And what do you do? Nothing. I just it's been a while since I've been around, you know. Develop her more. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. I was gonna think about it like another time, but Sean. 40. Yeah, I was thinking. You know, I don't usually play 40 around this time, but if I do, it helps us kind of like meet new people. Crystal, I'm pretty much gonna get tempted to go to the arcade, not gonna lie. So that's why I don't mind not playing her. Plus, Crystal requires a bit more effort, you know. I'm actually kind of doing work on Crystal with, you know, cop stuff. If I do, gotta make her play cop. Yeah, 40. Yeah, 40 sounds fun. I think Spawn lost her job at Uwu, but oh damn, we do have the rooster still, but I feel so bad holding on to that since I barely come around. Well, I think there's lots of people who are hired that don't really come around anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, you see her. Selection screen. I was kind of hoping the blue would like come up. No blobs.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Huh? Can I go back? If you want me to stay.
Right. Where were we? Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Oh, okay, I can't do that. Yep. I am not losing this place.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
What day is that? Thursday? I'm so tired. What do I want to do? Internal Fugue. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but yeah, thank you for 12 month resub. Okay. So, I'm just thinking. I'm chilling. You know what? I can't stay here forever. As much as I find this really pretty. All that. Bye.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you? Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Damn, we're so... Guy. I'm sorry.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
But... I'm kidding. It's okay. It's always much tougher if you look down. These just fall back.
No! Oh.
Oh.
Thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
This room?
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can
We're
both
on.
be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
You're walking slower. I think we're kind of injured. Seems we have to do it again.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No. What do you do? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Maybe if you like make this a door, I can leave here.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Okay, listen, I would go back, but like, I'm too lazy to take the stairs, so if I survive this one, I promise I'll go back.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me? I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
Okay. Okay. Maybe just one more time. I'm sorry, Stanley. I mean, Narrator and Stanley, yeah. If you care about me, you'll make a door appear. Yeah, thanks so much.
Is it over?
My belly every
it's going
time.
to restart, isn't it? I'm going back. Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
There's one more thing I want to check out here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
There's a 3rd season of Mob Psycho? Okay, got it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I knew it was coming up.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
How we can find them? Oh. Well, we know small floating objects have appeared across office, have synergized our resources to, we can tell you've spotted one. What makes them float in the air? Who took pictures of them? It's one in the bathroom, it seems. Toilet seats. All the clues provided by employee 416. Red room. Thank you. Good luck. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I've never been down here with the bucket.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran. All of his co-workers were gone.
I'm free.
What could it mean?
Wait.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket. I want to try it one more time, but with the bucket.
The embrace of an old friend. A
That could
weathered
be different.
companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
Oh.
That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Where?
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
You were the bucket.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
All right. Alright. Say that part of it. I am so tired. I'm not tired. I'm tired. I'm not. I am. But I'm not. Oh, if you're heading to bed, good night. Well, thanks for hanging out though. For those joined for the Stanley Parable playthrough. Did see a bunch of couple new people. So hope you guys enjoyed. Yeah, I just wanted to play something like I didn't really have to speak or do anything and not do much. And yeah, it was pretty chill. Good game for that type of thing. Yeah, I got recommend that game a long time ago. I'm not tired, like, in a sleepy way. Let's play some GTA. That's what I want. Oh, okay. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna go. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. My energy is too low. I'm low T. Low T today. I like the music. Short one today. Maybe I'll stream later. We'll see. Alright. Take care, everyone. Thanks for hanging out for a little short, Stanley Parable stream. Didn't expect to actually play that game. Okay. Take care, everyone. See ya. So, yeah, let's go show some of this dude. He's part of R.U.S.T. Just realized I don't really rate any of them. But, played by Akez Perez. So, R.U.S.T. has been pretty sweet to Crystal, you know, hang out with us and ocean dumping. Pretty much finishing the job for us. Which is great because, you know, we can't do that ourselves. Rest on top. Alright. Good night. Good night. Take care. My time is nothing. Yeah, thanks for spending yours with me. Take care, everyone. Good night. See you next stream, maybe. Well, if not. Yeah, bye. Thank you all as always. Take care.